Madam City Attorney, I have a question.
Yes.
Does the mayor has to read all the time the disclosure that Governor Newsom did this and that, COVID, this, HTTP, whatever, all this?
No, she doesn't have to read it all the time. I think she does it so for those people that are watching us on YouTube can hear the telephone number, but it's not a requirement. It's not a legal requirement.
Are you getting tired of me reading it?
I know it by heart now.
You're funny. How are you?
Okay, you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. All righty.
Okay, Mayor Serta, you may start the meeting. We are live.
Okay. So we are ready to begin today's City Council meeting for April the 26th. Yes, April the 26th. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Councilmember Cascanian.
Present.
Councilmember Francis.
Here.
Mayor, all members of the council are present.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we need to go into closed session, hopefully for about 30 minutes or so. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on any closed session items?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to go into closed session and hopefully return by 7:30 and restart the meeting again at that time. Okay, so if everybody can sign off.
Good evening, everyone. Our closed session meeting is still in session and our meeting will be starting shortly. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me? All right.
Mayor Soto, it looks like everyone is back into the meeting, so you may begin.
I'm sorry, are we live again? Did you say?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We're just waiting for City Manager Osorio to come on.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Okay, and we're live, is that correct?
Yes, we are live.
Okay. That being said, I just want to remind everybody to mute your phones, me included. And let's go ahead and get started. So we're ready tonight to begin tonight's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, April the 26th, 2022. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Present.
Councilmember Francis. Councilmember Francis.
Here.
Thank
Here.
you. All members of the council are present.
Okay, we just returned from closed session, and Madam City Attorney, do we have anything to report?
No, Madam Mayor, staff was provided with direction, but there was no reportable action taken tonight during closed session. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on to our Pledge of Allegiance, let me just read this disclaimer that everybody loves when I read. In order to minimize the spread of the COVID-19 virus, Governor Newsom has signed AB 361. Please be advised that the council chambers are closed to the public and that some or all of the Gardena City Council members may be attending this meeting telephonically. If you would like to participate in the meeting, you can participate via the following options. You can view the meeting live on Spectrum Channel 22 or online at youtube.com. /City of Gardena. The second way to participate is prior to the meeting. You can email the Deputy City Clerk at publiccomments@cityofgardena.org by 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting and write public comments in the subject line. The third way to participate is via the Zoom webinar. The link is https://us02wb.zoom.us/j/833 295-78514. The telephone number is area code 669-990-9128, and the meeting ID number is 833-2957-8514. Press the number 9 feature is to raise your hand, and the number 6 to unmute when prompted to. If you wish to speak live on a specific agenda item during the meeting, you may use the raise your hand feature during the item you wish to speak on. For non-agenda items, you will be allowed to speak during oral communications, and during public hearing, you'll be allowed to speak when I open the public hearing. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council will be given 3 minutes to speak. The City of Gardena thanks you in advance for helping us to take all the precautions and helping to preventing the spreading of the COVID-19 virus. All right, so with that being said, let's move on here to our Pledge of Allegiance. If our pledgers can come on now. Tonight we have Courtney Preston and Kaylee Houston from 156th Street School. If you guys are ready, you can go ahead and begin. And afterwards, if you guys can stay on until after the invocation. So you guys can go ahead and unmute, and we following you guys and leading us in the pledge tonight.
Okay.
Ready? Ready? Go. I
pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the
republic for
which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty
and justice for all.
Okay, thank you guys very much. If you guys can stay on until after our invocation, and I'm going to come back to you guys in just a moment. If we can be led in our invocation by our Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's pray. Father, we come to you tonight humbly. And Father, we just pray for a lot of stuff that's happening right now. Worldly, Father, we just pray that that peace will come someplace, sometime within all the turmoil that's happening, which is causing prices to rise and shortages of food and supplies. So Father, just please place your hand upon our world, our nation, our country, our leaders, that somehow we can come to some result and some resolve to bring peace back into the world. Father, I come to you again with our council. We pray that our council will continue to do the steadfast great deeds that we do for our community, for our citizens, for all the things that we try to do to make this city so great, the gem of the South Bay. Father, we thank you for our young people. They are our future. We just ask humbly that you continue to place a hand upon them and allow them to be stress-free as they're in school with COVID, with all the other issues that are happening. So, Father, we thank you for all that you bless us with, and we thank you for this night. And for your son we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. So let's go back for a moment here to our pledgers. So tonight we were led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Courtney and Kaylee. Both students attend 156th Street Elementary School and are currently in the 6th grade. They were chosen by Principal Heckman to lead council in the Pledge of Allegiance because they are both pursuing leadership opportunities. They are active in various organizations and are interested in being strong leaders in the future. So we just want to give a special thank you to Courtney Preston and Kaylee Houston for leading us tonight. And everybody, let's just give them a round of applause and thank you guys. And we look forward to, once we're back in person, maybe you guys can come in again and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So thank you guys again. You guys did a great job. Okay, and as always, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for leading us in the most appropriate prayer at tonight's council meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so next we have our presentations. First presentation is the City of Gardena's June 7th election presentation. And I'm sorry, I'm just a lot of order here. Let me go ahead and start off reading it. Whereas the Office of the Municipal Clerk is a time-honored and vital part of local government throughout the world and is the oldest among public servants. Whereas the Office of Municipal Clerk provides a professional link between citizens, local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the Office of Municipal Clerks serve as the information center on the functions of local government and the community. Whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the Office of the Municipal Clerks through participation in educational programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, province, county, and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of the Municipal Clerks. So at this time, we declare May 1st through May 7th to be the 53rd anniversary of Municipal Clerks Week in the city of Gardena, and further extend appreciation to Gardena's Municipal Clerk, Mina Semenza, and to all municipal clerks for their vital service their deputies and their staff members perform, and for the exemplary dedication to the community they represent. So, Madam City Clerk, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. Honorable Mayor and City Council, it is an honor and a privilege to serve as the City Clerk for the City of Gardena, but I couldn't do it without the help and support of my Deputy City Clerk, Becky Romero, and our amazing staff, Catherine Ree, Georgina Placido, and Ana E. Corte. We are continually striving to improve the services we provide to our City Council, City Manager, departments, and the residents of Gardena, and we appreciate this acknowledgement very much. In honor of City Clerks Week, our fantastic staff will deliver a special treat to all employees at City Hall the week of May 2nd. Thank you again. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I think I may have made a little mistake here. Was there also a presentation you had for June 7th?
I have a presentation on the election. I think we just got a little turned around.
I did, and my apology on that. That was actually item number 5A. Would you like to go ahead since you?
Yes, since I'm here, let's go ahead and do that, and we'll get the slides up in a second. Okay, here we go. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and residents of Gardena. Tonight, I will be presenting some very important information of our upcoming June 7th, 2022 statewide primary election, which includes the Gardena municipal election. We have two 24-hour official ballot drop boxes. One is at the entrance of Raleigh Park Auditorium on the north side, and the other one is on the north side of the Nakaoka Community Center, as you can see on the slides. Both boxes will be available for drop-off starting on Monday, May 9th, and will be open until Tuesday, June 7th, which is Election Day. Ballots will be collected regularly during the voting period. Voters can track their ballot every step of the way by going to where'smyballot.sos.ca.gov to get started. Additional ways to vote are using United States Postal Service mail, and there's no postage required, and at a vote center in Gardena. The city will have two vote centers. Again, Raleigh Park Gymnasium, Nakaoka Community Center, and both facilities will be used as 4-day vote centers. You will be able to start voting on Saturday, June 4th, from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Voting hours on Election Day, which is June 7th, will be from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And these are important dates to remember, and I'll just go through it real quickly. May 9th is mailing of vote by mail ballots, and the first day of vote by mail drop boxes are open. May 9th through May 31st, this is a time period to submit your application for a vote by mail ballot. May 17, mailing of sample ballot booklets. June 4th, 4-day vote centers open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Nakaoka Community Center and Raleigh Park Gymnasium. And June 7th is Election Day. Please remember to register to vote. You can register by using the Gardena Direct app, which is to your left, or by going to lavote.gov. Please remember to vote early. That concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for allowing me to do this. And are there any questions?
I just have one question. I thought everybody now was votes by absentee. Isn't that sent to everybody now?
That is correct. Everybody will receive a ballot in the mail. And that was because of, there was Governor Newsom signed AB 860, which requires county election officials to mail a ballot to every registered voter.
And it's going to always be that way moving forward now.
That's correct. Yes, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
So is it necessary for anybody to still apply then for vote by mail?
Well, if you're not registered, then you need to do that.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Right. You're welcome.
Are there any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councilman Kaskinian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam City Clerk, thank you for the presentation. I have 2 questions. The first one is, you mentioned it's a 4 days at Nakaoka Community Center and Raleigh Park Gymnasium. And on the day of the election, that's all it is going to be, or is going to be more voting places? Like, I usually vote at another location. So this time I'm going to vote at Nakaoka.
Yeah, you can vote at other locations, just like we did during the presidential election. If you will recall, we will have, there's also 11-day vote centers. And the closest ones, if you'd like to know, there's Del Air Park in Hawthorne, LA Southwest College in LA, Mona Park in Compton, and Herma Tillum Senior Center in Torrance. But you can vote wherever you like.
Okay, and my next question is, the ballots, the mail-in ballots that we're going to receive, every registered voter will receive, has to be date stamped or the day of the election, or it has to be dropped off at the mailbox?
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
The mail-in ballots that we're going to receive,
Mm-hmm.
we can mail it and it has to be stamped on the 7th of June, or we can drop it at the drop box, right?
You can drop it at the drop box the day, the last day of voting. And as long as it's in there by 8 o'clock in the evening.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
So if I've recently moved and would like to re-register to vote, if I change addresses, do I need to re-register to vote? So I've moved from Hawthorne to Gardena.
Yes, I would say that you probably need to do that because you have had a change of address and they won't know that.
Okay.
But
And
we can find out for a definitive answer. We could find out for you, but I'm pretty sure, that it would work that way.
And the last day, if I turn 18, say on May 1, can I still register to vote, and what will be the deadline?
Okay, I don't know the answer to that, but I will find out for you.
All right, thank you. We got time.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay,
Great presentation, by the way.
thank you.
Any other questions?
Councilman, just as a follow-up to Councilman Cascanian's question about if you drop it off in the county vote ballot boxes, it has to be in there by June 7th. If you're going to mail it in, where you would remember how that you would mail it in, that has to be postmarked by June 7th. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much for that. And let's move on to item number 5B, which is boards and commissions update. And tonight we're going to hear from Beautification Commission. We're going to hear from the chairperson, Councilwoman Francis. So you have an update for us?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I just want, first of all, let me mention that our 22nd annual Keep Gardena Beautiful Day is coming up, our community cleanup day, and we're in the planning stages for that. It's Saturday, September 17th. You want to go ahead and mark your calendars from 8 a.m. to noon, and you will have an opportunity to participate in our city's 22nd annual cleanup day, and you can make a difference in our community and help clean up the city parks, rights of way, neighborhoods, and we'll remove litter around the city. And afterwards, of course, my favorite part is we'll celebrate our achievements with the lunch at Masukai Park in Gardena. Also, we have our Home of the Month selections. They'll be featured in the Gardena Valley News, and you'll receive a $25 Home Depot gift card if your home is selected as Home of the Month. And we also, at one of our meetings, received a presentation from West Bay Municipal Water District about ways that we can save money, as homeowners can save money. And also, most important, be on the lookout for our holiday home decorating contest. It's not too early to start planning. Our mayor attended our last presentation last Christmas, so we'll hope to see you all out again. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
There are no questions, but you may want to add a 4th of July home decorating contest, because I know some people like to decorate not only their house, but even their street for the 4th. So maybe something else to consider.
We'll take that up with our commission at perhaps our next meeting.
We have some very proud residents in Gardena. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Some beautiful homes too.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that. We appreciate it. So next we're going to move on to proclamations. We have 2. The first one is Older Americans Month. And the proclamation reads as follows for May 2022. Every May, the nation celebrates Older Americans Month. Gardena is fortunate to have countless older Americans who enrich and strengthen our community. And the city of Gardena is committed to engaging and supporting older adults, their families, and caregivers. We acknowledge that communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are welcome, included, and supported. The theme for 2022 is Age My Way. Older adults continue to be a pillar of Gardena, which is why it's important that we explore the many ways that they can remain and be involved in our community. During this year's Older American Month, we will investigate how planning, participation, accessibility, and the power of connection all play a role in aging in place. while also understanding the individuality of each person's needs and preferences. The City of Gardena can work to build an even better community for older residents by planning programs that encourage independence, ensuring activities are responsive to the individual needs and preferences, and increasing access to services that support aging in place. By engaging and supporting all community members, we are recognizing that older adults play a key role in the vitality of our neighborhoods, networks, and lives. Connecting with others is one of the most important foundations of a community. So in support of the nation's observance, in the City of Gardena, we're pleased to proclaim May 2022 to be Older Americans Month. And in our city, and encourage every resident to take time this month to recognize the contributions of older adults, help to build an inclusive society, and to join efforts to support older American choices about how they age in their community. So that's for the month of May. Also, we have second proclamation here. And this is for Day of Remembrance of the Armenian Genocide, which is 24th day of April. So on April 24th, 1915, the Ottoman Empire began its systematic genocide of the Armenian people, a minority group that had long been treated as second-class citizens. The Armenian Genocide began with forced deportations and the murder of hundreds of Armenian intellectuals and community leaders. This ended 8 years later with the death of more than 1.5 million men, women, and children. This marked the first genocide of the 20th century. Since memories fade with time, it's important to remind ourselves about human tragedies that have taken place. Those who survived the Armenian Genocide and their successors have had to work hard to make these tragic events known to the world, battling cover-ups, misinformation, and denial. As we remember the victims and survivors of the Armenian Genocide, we also honor their strength and resilience. As a community, it's appropriate for us to stand together and join our Armenian brothers and sisters to memorialize their fallen ancestors. So this time, the City of Gardena hereby proclaims the 24th day of April 2022 to be Day of Remembrance of the Armenian Genocide. In the City of Gardena, and encourage all citizens to recommit ourselves to making sure we never forget the Armenian Genocide, and that we will always speak out against hatred and atrocities when they occur in our community and throughout our nation. Okay, so next we're going to move on to, I don't believe we have any appointments for this meeting here. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. Do we have anybody wishing to discuss any items separately here on the consent calendar?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Item 8C.
Okay.
And item 8F.
Okay. 8C and 8F.
Yeah.
Councilmember Henderson, you have something to?
Mine was 8C as well.
Okay. Anybody else? Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public that wishes to comment or question? You're muted.
We have a hand up.
Go ahead.
Wanda Love.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Mayor and council members, I also too have a question about 8C. As I was looking over the warrant and payroll registry, I noticed that there was a ton of renewals for business license. And I'm just kind of curious as to why that took place, and if it has anything to do with the third party company that you guys contracted to handle the business license renewal. Again, as the chamber director, I got a lot of comments and questions and phone calls about the third party that was handling this. And so I'm interested in hearing what the city has to say about all of those refunds, thousands of dollars back to the business community that I noticed on this month's warrant. That's all I.
Okay. So if there are no more, okay, thank you. So if there are no more questions at this time, we before we take a motion to approve everything with the exception of those items right there, I do want to point out that there was a typo on here for the minutes from the last meeting. It says on here March 22nd, 2022. It should say April 12th of 2022. So I'm actually going to make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the note of correction that this should be April 12th, 2022, but we're going to exclude item number 8C and 8F because we'll talk about that in item number 9. So can I get a second at this time?
Second.
Okay, I'm sorry. I went ahead and made the motion since I was making a long motion. And Councilmember Henderson is going to second it. So Madam City Clerk, I made the motion and then Councilmember Henderson seconded it.
Mayor Serta,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Okay, so let's now go back to, let's go to excluded consent calendar items. We heard the first comment as related to item number 8C. Let's go ahead and get some clarification on the question that was asked related to that. And then I'll go back to Councilwoman Francis, your question as well.
Madam Mayor, that was my question as well. I was just surprised.
Well, go ahead then. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That the number of refunds for business license renewal, because I've never, I've only been on council for this, it's only my second year, but during my time on the council, I've never seen that many. I think it's about 34 altogether, and it ranged from anywhere from $25 up to, I think it was $1,000, somewhere around there. So I was just kind of curious as to what happened this particular time.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, these refunds on business license overpayments, these are done in-house here. It's not over a third party. Typically, what we would do is refund them if they filled out the form incorrectly. We would recalculate it and figure out if there's anything owed to them. Typically, these are done staggered in a course of a few months. I believe this time around, we did it all at once on the same register. So you'll see a lot of them. But this happens every year. They'll fill out the forms and it's incorrect. They overpay and then we'd have to refund it to them. So there's nothing special about this.
Okay. All right, so the second question you had is related to item number 8F. Councilwoman Francis? You're muted still? Paulette, you're muted? There you go. Go ahead.
Thank
you. Start again?
Okay, so I was just wondering about it's approved the amendment for additional funding. Now, is this an increase in funding? I think it comes up every year. So every year, it's continuous of the same amount of funding, or it's an increase in funding? And so every year we have to amend wherever the other ordinance was. Is that how it works?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, Councilmember Francis, these are increases in funding, so we'd have to amend our contract with them, the agreement. Basically, they're giving us more money and we're increasing the funding.
So if we get an increase in funding, do we expand our programs, or our service providers, do they get an increase too?
Yes, programs are typically expanded, maybe not limited to, for instance, we have X amount of children enrolled with expanded. Currently, we have 23 different providers and 175 children. So again, if we have an expanded service, we'll have to increase those.
But the service providers, do they get an increase? Or
yes, yeah, they'll get a raise and
they'll get a raise as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Do you know about how much or how is that a question?
It's all. I mean, we have 23 different ones. I couldn't tell you which ones are getting what. Again, it's based on the number of children that they have, that they're caring for. So it's all different. Every provider is different. It's all, it's in the contract.
Okay, well, that's good news with the increase in cost. That's good news. Thank you.
Okay.
I think it's because of inflation and all that's why we're getting an increase. That's probably why we're getting that increase in funding. So they realize that, and we have to pass it on to the providers and the program. So we don't keep any of this. That's why.
So it's like cost of living increase, more or less.
For whatever reason that the county, actually the state of California has deemed the reason for the increases. The dollar per child went from 51.55 to 62.66. So again, it's inflation. You'll see it everywhere, even in gas prices. So they realize that they have to increase the cost per child.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, we have a hand up from the public.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead. You can speak now.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sharice, and I am a child care provider for the city of Gardena.
Yes.
And I was reading the Amendment 02. I'm new to all of this. I just, and it says 51.55 to 62.66. Okay, what age range is that? Because, we do from infant to school age. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding. When the city manager said that all the, the rates will go from 51.55 to 62.66. I'm kind of a little confused. Is that school age? Is that infants? Is it toddlers? What is the overall? Is that just one price for all children? Or is it going to be, divided up between the category of ages?
Mr. City Manager, not sure if you can answer that, if we need to have somebody from.
So, Madam Mayor, the formulas are still being worked on. We don't have the exact formula right now. The providers are going to be contacted at a later time as to what that is. So right now, it's just they've got to recalculate the formulas.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, are there any more questions or comments any member of the council has? Council Member Henderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In regards to 8C, Mr. City Manager, should we mail out to everyone the kind of a how-to instruction on filling out the business license form, or maybe just create a YouTube of walking through the licenses or how to apply for a business license, and then just post that on our website? That way everybody can always refer back to it and everything, so we won't have this large amount of refunds and everybody knows how to fill it out properly.
We already have instructions given to them as far as how to fill that out. It is included in the renewal as far as instructions are concerned, but it's a number. Considering the number of businesses that we have in the city, these errors are going to happen. So we just have to, make sure that we refund those, and then they'll have to recalculate the correct amount. So this is not unusual. Like I said, it does happen, and we do have to issue refunds. Right. Considering the number of business licenses that we have here in the city.
Is it worth the time to? I think it's worth the time to look into maybe just doing one quick YouTube video, posting it where the business licenses are, and the folks can always refer back to that video kind of step.
Yeah, we can certainly look at other ways for us to make sure that everyone is filling out the forms correctly. But we have over 7,000 businesses in the city, so 36 out of 7,000 is pretty.
That's correct.
Pretty low number as far as the number of that are actually getting refunds.
Yeah, I think we should just consider something like that. That way, it's just one reference.
We'll think of something to make sure that this number actually goes down. But
okay,
yeah.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
You mentioned I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
Jump in.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so you said that the formula is being reworked in terms of the funding for the child care providers. Is that something that will come back to the city council, or that's kind of the in-house? You don't have to we don't have to vote on that or anything, do we?
So the reason why there's a range is for that calculation be done in-house. So it doesn't. The next time we go back to the city council regarding childcare, for instance, is if there is an increase again.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, it's depending on the child, how many you have, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why there's a range, so that the city council is aware that this is the rate. And so no, we wouldn't go back to city council just for the actual calculation. It's going to be done in-house.
All right, and regarding the refunds, I guess perhaps it was because of COVID this year, and maybe our offices not being open as they normally would, but I did receive a couple concerns from business owners about the process. And I was wondering if there's anything that could be done to streamline. Do we need to add more staff to maybe do a quick check when they come in? So we get it back to them right away, so that I'm sure they're happy to get the money back. If I'm happy I get a refund on anything, but maybe in terms of our best use of our manpower, woman power, staff power, is there any way that we can maybe streamline the process, or maybe look going forward? Because I really 34, even though we have 7,000, 34 is not a lot. If you're looking at percentage wise, but almost none to nil is better.
Yeah, I mean I think that the majority of the complaints that we've had for this year, and I'm sure you're aware of that, is the processing of the business license renewals. I can tell you that this year has been exceptionally challenging as far as completing that, and that's why we made changes in-house. We added a couple of interns to help us process the manual labor as far as getting the renewals out in a timely manner. I can tell you that this year was challenging. So there's a lot of renewals that were done not on time. But as far as the refunds are concerned, this is absolutely normal for any given year. It's just that you're seeing a bulk of it now because it was done. The process was changed. It was done all at the same time. Mm-hmm. For one reason or another, admin services has done the refunds all together, and so you're seeing a bulk of it. Usually, it's sporadic as we process that.
Mm-hmm. So the system runs. There's no need to streamlining it or trying to take a look at what happened or what we can do better. I think one of the things that for a lot of businesses and a lot of folks, even in my field, COVID, it was a difficult thing to go through. But one of the things that gave us an opportunity to take a closer look at what it is we did and how we did it and whether or not we could do it better. That big word pivot. So that's what I'm just asking about. But thank you.
So I could tell you that streamlining the system is, it's a big undertaking because you have a finite number of resources, right? You have the manpower, and then you have the actual system that they use to actually process the renewals. Now, I mean, we have enough resources to do the renewals that we're doing. We're limited perhaps on the process that we have. We have a legacy ERP, meaning, our system that we use for financials, for business renewals, et cetera. That's all legacy, meaning that it's been 15, 20 something years since we've looked into a new system. I can tell you that the city has made some efforts into putting aside money into a brand new ERP system simply because the ERP system that we're using now, the financial system that we're using today, is not going to be supported anymore by the vendor, and so we have to upgrade that. We have to get a new system. We'll have to go through the entire process of an RFP We'll look at different systems, different companies, and it's a huge undertaking. It's a lot of money. But, administrative service has done their due diligence and set aside exactly, the money that we need for that. It's just a matter of us executing that because it's a huge undertaking. So, at that point, I'm sure there's going to be some streamlined efforts that are going to be done.
That's good news. I look forward to hearing more about it somewhere in the future. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, can I get a motion to approve consent calendar items number 8C and 8F?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second it. All right, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilwoman Francis and a second by myself. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francis.
You're
yes. Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian.
Yes.
All right, next up, just a quick note here, Planning and Environmental Quality Commission action sheet. There was no meeting on April the 19th. The meeting was canceled. So we're going to move on to oral communications. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers tonight?
We have a member of the public.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so while we're bringing them on, I just want to remind all of our speakers that you are limited to 3 minutes, and you'll have a timer on the screen to let you go ahead and know when your time is up. So the first one we have is Tracy. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, Madam Mayor and City Council. I just want to make sure that the City of Gardena and all of you are aware that the prescription drug take back is happening this Saturday, the 30th, from 10 to 2 o'clock, right in front of the Gardena Police Department. This is an opportunity for residents to clean out their cupboards, get rid of the unused and expired medications, keep them out of our environment, to keep up with the recent Earth Day celebration, keeping our earth clean, keeping the medications out of the hands of children as well. So make sure you come on down, get rid of your medications, and then after you do so, you could head on over and enjoy the fiesta that's going to be going on right at the same time. So hope to see you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right. Madam City Clerk, anybody else?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have another member of the public.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. It's Wanda Love again, and I woke up to a disturbing post on Facebook, and I'm sure a lot of you guys saw that post. Because of that post and the documents that was posted on social media about the spending of public funds on Teslas and other things, it raises a question: where's our city treasurer? Ingrid hasn't been to a meeting in the past 3+ years. And every time I ask the question, where is our treasurer? I'm told she doesn't have to attend the meetings. But I also noticed that she doesn't sign any documents and she doesn't come into the office at all. So I would really like to know who's the public oversight when it comes to keeping an eye on our public funds, since the city treasurer position is an elected position. That is the burning question that I have right now, because I've been active in this community for a long time and I haven't seen our treasurer, Ingrid Takasumi, since she's pretty much been elected. So when I woke up to that that post on Facebook, that really made me want to know, do we have anybody from the public that has been overseeing our funding and spending? Because that really disturbed me this morning. I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. So I think there was about 3 different questions there, and just if we could sorry, the screen is messing up here. Just clarify a couple of things that was asked. One, and whether this is a city attorney or our city manager, if they could just let it be known in the position of the city treasurer, if they have to be present at city council meetings or any of those things. Also, along with the finance committee that I sit on and the finance department, if you want to go into details discussing who is overseeing some of these financial transactions. And then the third question, it was mentioned about city managers' vehicles and so on, either yourself or a city attorney, either one, if you could answer those three questions. Either one can click on your microphone.
I'll address the issue with regards to the city treasurer. There is no requirement, unlike for the elected city council members, where the government code does require that if the elected council members miss a certain number of meetings, an action can be brought to basically remove them from the city council. With regards to the other elected positions, such as the treasurer and the city clerk, no such government code exists. Basically, the two alternative options that the public would have is the method of, a recall, or alternatively, when they're up for re-election, to cast their vote. With regards to the issue of the city manager, I can speak to the fact that the vehicle of the city manager is part of the city manager's compensation, where he has access to a city-owned vehicle. So the vehicle is owned by the city.
And maybe just a little bit further as far as it relates to public funds, are the funds coming from our general fund, from taxpayers?
Mr. City Manager, if you can address I believe they're AQMD funds, if I'm mistaken.
You're muted.
Sure, I'll address that, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. So the question of, with the absence of the city treasurer, who in the public is actually overseeing the spending of the city? We're not just talking about the city manager's compensation. We're not just talking about the city manager's vehicles or the vehicles that are assigned to myself, the city manager, or the former city manager. So to answer that question, there's approximately 60,000 residents in the city of Gardena that oversees the spending of the city, plus the 5 of you that sit on the city council. What I mean by that is every council meeting, we have all the warrants that are issued to the city. You're more than welcome to view that. The public is more than welcome to see that and scrutinize it. It's posted before the city council meeting. Anyone, as was pointed out earlier, the question by Councilmember Francis, as far as, hey, what are all these refunds? These are very, very good questions, and we have an answer for that. So if you would just, reach out and to me or during the council meeting, ask the questions as far as, what are these charges here? These are for the public to view and for us to answer as stewards of the public funds. And as far as city manager's vehicle, as was posted, it's recently posted in social media and whatnot. To answer that question, the post says that city tax dollars were used in purchasing vehicles, myself or the former city manager. I can tell you that there were $0 that's ever been used in the purchase of these vehicles. The reason for that is city tax dollars are generated from Bradley Burns tax and your Measure G tax. The purchase or the leases of these vehicles are made through the Air Quality Management District, or AQMD. These are all qualified vehicles to be purchased through AQMD funds. So there were no city tax dollars used for that. AQMD is very strict as far as what cars we can purchase. They have to be electric or hybrid, and they have to approve of the purchase. So when we buy cars, not just the cars assigned to the city manager, the cars assigned to admin services or CDD, even police department has vehicles that were purchased from AQMD. They have to approve all that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to use their funding. So to answer that question, no, there's no city tax dollars we'll ever use to purchase these vehicles.
Okay, thank you for the explanation, Mr. City Manager, as well as our City Attorney. And I would just like to just even mention on top of that, we have an awesome finance department, and we even have a finance team, a committee that a couple of us sit on, that we oversee all of that. And we also get audited every year, and it's always awesome to see how great our ratings come back at the end for doing such a great job and being very transparent to the community as well. So hopefully people will, knowing that will make them feel even better how we conduct our expenses here in the city of Gardena. So thank you guys again for sharing that. Madam City Clerk, do we have any other speakers at this time?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let's move on to item number 12A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 12A is a public hearing for ordinance number 1840, adopting chapter 18.74 to title 18, zoning of the Gardena Municipal Code relating to reasonable accommodations, policy, and procedures. Federal law and state law require that persons with disabilities be provided a reasonable accommodation from a land use regulation, policy, or practice that would prevent such a person from having an equal opportunity for housing, and the recently adopted 2021-2029 sixth cycle housing element included a commitment to adopt a reasonable accommodation ordinance. Ordinance number 1840 provides a process for individuals with disabilities to make requests for and be provided reasonable accommodations when warranted based upon sufficient evidence from various city laws, policies, rules, and practices, including land use and zoning regulations. The Planning Commission on February 15, 2022 voted 5-0-0, recommending that the City Council adopt ordinance number 1840. There is no financial impact. What is required tonight is to conduct a public hearing and receive testimony from the public and introduce ordinance number 1840.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time here, it doesn't seem that there's a presentation for this item here. We're going to go ahead and open the public hearing at this time. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay, does anybody from the council have any questions or comments? Councilwoman Francis?
Yes, I do. So as I understand it, providing reasonable accommodation, it only applies to rental property, or does it apply to properties for sale?
It applies to
all properties?
It applies to all properties as any individual who has a disability, either physical or mental as defined by federal and state law. So it doesn't matter what type of property, whether it's rental or whether you own it.
So is this, so when it talks about it being part of the zoning codes and policies, what would that look like?
So someone would come, for example, someone is in a wheelchair and they want to build a ramp. So they want to come to our CDD director, and he would look at the plans and say that they would want an exception for some sort of variance or the other in order to accommodate the ramp for the disability. Then we now have a formal procedure as required, that is being required from us by HCD to, that the community knows what that procedure would be and how we can, assist them in trying to obtain that approval.
Okay, is this retroactive? What about developments that have already been approved? Do they come under this, or is this just going forward? Or would it apply to those, say, for example, the one that on Western, what's that, 132nd and Western we just approved? Would it apply to something like that, or the one 168th and Normandy?
So even if the property was already built, but you want to add some sort of variance that would, in order to assist you in your disability, doesn't matter that it was built already. You would still come to City Hall and ask for this application and complete it and get the CDD director would approve it, given unless there's some ultimate, health and safety hazard why it shouldn't be approved. But it's not just on brand new structures. It's dependent on the individual who has the need for this type of construction.
And who pays for the accommodation? Does the developer or the person applying for that?
That's between, I mean, for example, say if it's a tenant, that's between the landlord and the tenant. But the actual application can be done by the person who has the disability, someone on behalf of them, and in addition. So there's multiple people that can apply for, or a developer of housing for disabled persons can also come in and make the application.
Mm-hmm. So it doesn't, the cost isn't passed on to the person making a request. For example, if we wanted to put in a ramp, the person making a request has to put in a ramp.
Well, assuming they own the property, then they would be them. And if they don't, if they're a tenant, that's for them to figure out. We're just approving the actual permitting of the ramp, for example.
Okay, but it wouldn't be how the cost gets passed on wouldn't be included in the ordinance.
No, how it's not included because it depends. I mean, you have landlord-tenant rules. Again, you may have a developer who's solely build for people who are disabled. I mean, they would be doing that, not the actual individual who has the disability.
Okay, I haven't seen one build solely for they're disabled. You know of any?
They're far and few between that we've had, but we also our ordinance now will be posted on our website as well as forms at CDD. So we want the community to be aware of this availability that they have and take advantage of this for those members of our community that are disabled.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions or comments? No? All right, well, at this time, we're going to go ahead, excuse me, and close the public hearing. And ask if any member of the council would like to introduce ordinance number 1840.
So moved.
Okay, so Madam City Clerk, just for clarification, Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka will be introducing item number 1840.
Can you please take the motion, Madam Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
It's okay. I know I switched it up on you guys. It's okay.
Now.
It's okay.
Can I get a motion to have somebody for us to even introduce the ordinance?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there's a motion by Councilmember Cascana and a second by Councilwoman Francis for us to even introduce the ordinance. Can you take the roll, please?
Okay, I'll call the roll. The rest of the council members. So motion by Councilmember Cascanian, second by Councilmember Francis. Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Mayor Serta?
Yes. Okay, and then the ordinance is going to be introduced by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
So noted.
Okay, thank you.
I vote yes too.
Oh, did you miss her?
My apologies. Okay. Councilwoman Francis?
Yes.
Okay.
Me too.
I called you, but I will call you again.
She took the people that that made the motion and that second the motions as yes votes, I believe. That's what you did, Madam City Clerk.
I think everybody was paying attention. She got fancy with it. And
Are we okay now?
We're good.
Yes,
we're good.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's done there. So let's move on to item number 13A, which is a financial transparency dashboard. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council. A few meetings ago, there was a directive that was brought forward, I believe, by Councilmember Henderson regarding financial transparency dashboard. We're now ready to just showcase that a little bit. It is embedded in our website. Let me just share my screen and show public how that looks like. Okay. Okay, so what I'm showing now is this is directly from our website. Can you see the website?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So from the main website, it's from cityofgardena.org. you'd go down and it would be the second item on the left, in between building services and city facilities and parks. You would click on that, and the dashboard would initialize, and it's using the Power BI platform.
Okay.
And apologize for the delay. So basically, the dashboard looks like this. It's got a number of items here, which is the general fund expenditures, revenues, overview, all funds, budget overview, and then the community engagement and notices. So if we click on the overview, it just gives a city profile. So you can see the population, median home values, emergency reserves. This is what we have in our reserves currently, and then the CIP programs. It does give you a snapshot of all funds revenues and all funds expenditures, meaning this is all the funds that the city has, which is the general fund, internal service funds, et cetera, et cetera. It's the same information that you would see in the city budget. Okay, if you go to the general fund expenditures, it'll give you breakdown as far as what we spend on every department and what those departments spend on material supplies, salaries and benefits, et cetera, and gives you a running total as far as the 2021-22 year-to-date budgets and budgets versus actuals. So I mean, it's a pretty robust and informative feature. We have received quotes from different providers, anywhere from 30,000 on up, and I'm happy to say that our admin services department was able to accomplish all this with just $300. We used a consultant that basically took our information and put it on Power BI, and this is the product, which is relatively very simple, but yet gives the public a snapshot as far as what our financial situation, financial transparency is currently and into the future.
Wow.
I'm happy to answer any questions at this point.
Good job.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, best of the best employees over here. So,
Mark, go ahead.
I want to say, first of all, thank you to City Manager for finding a really cost-effective way to present the information to the community. $300 beats $30,000 any day. So I'm glad we kind of ground that out, make sure we could do it. Power BI is definitely a decent tool. I want to thank the council and everything, and finance committee and everything for providing the data as we kind of move this forward. Transparency has been everybody's agenda. And I think this shows again the collaborative and collegial effort that we put forward to make sure we serve our community. So I just want to make sure everybody gets some acknowledgement in this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it's a great tool out there, for anybody to see. And yeah, kudos to the finance department. All of our departments always, do a great job. So I'm sure they're watching because, our finance team is really good like that. But in case they're not, can their director please let them know that once again, you guys are doing an awesome job and just taking that initiative to do it here. And $300, like you said, to spend and keep, in-house here. And one more resource for those who want to see where we're at financially. And again, like my colleague said here, we're being very transparent. And believe it or not, you will not see that in a lot of cities. Gosh, it is what it is, and it speaks volumes. So, Mr. City Manager, thank you again.
Madam Mayor, I do want to commend you all know Coy from our admin services. He was the one responsible for finding the resource for this. It's such a very, very cost-effective way to do it.
Okay.
I mean, we've had quotes, and he could have easily said, okay, well, it's going to cost us $20,000 or $25,000 to do this, because that's exactly what it costs to do that. Wow. But he dug deeper and found out, hey, we can use a Microsoft suite on this, a Power BI, with a little bit of help with some experts in the field. We're able to accomplish that with $300. I mean,
wow.
Yeah. And there's no ongoing cost of that. It's a one-time thing that they set it up. We update it and we repopulate it, and it's theirs and ours to keep.
All right. Good job, Coy.
And Coy paid for it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely have some superstars here in our city. Any more questions or comments?
Just a great job. It took that book that I have, that budget book, and put it in a comprehensible, colorful way for everybody to understand, especially me. So I really enjoyed it because I can just flip through a page and I don't have to look down 3 rows of columns and numbers and small numbers too. So thank you. It looks good. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? No? All right. Good job. All right. So let's move on to item number 13B, which is the COVID-19 update. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 1 second while I open this. Okay, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, the COVID-19 update as of April 26, 2022. Total case count here in the city is 16,321. That is 99 plus 99 since our last meeting, and the total death count is 267. The children 5 to 11 is that as far as vaccination is concerned, we're at 32.2%. Ages 12 and above is 88.3%. The youth sector, which is 12 to 17, is at 80.9%. And our seniors 65 and over is at 95%. COVID-19 testing continues to be provided at Raleigh Park. And as of today, total residents tested is 6,299. That is 117 tests since the last council meeting. And Madam Mayor, that ends my COVID-19 report.
Okay. Any questions or comments? No? Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's move on to departmental items. First item up is item number 14A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta and members of the City Council. Agenda item 14A is public hearing on ordinance number 1841, adopting a military equipment use policy of the City of Gardena, California, governing the use of military equipment pursuant to Assembly Bill 481. On September 30th, 2022, Governor Newsom signed into law Assembly Bill 481, codified at Government Code Section 7070 to 7075, which requires a law enforcement agency to obtain approval from the applicable governing body via adoption of a military equipment use policy by ordinance prior to the law enforcement agency funding, acquiring, or using equipment deemed as military equipment in AB 481. Items deemed as military equipment by AB 481 are used as components of best practice of law enforcement agencies. These tools have been tested in the field and are used by law enforcement agencies to enhance public and officer safety. None of the equipment in Gardena PD's inventory has been obtained from the military, nor is it solely designated for military use. Loss of these items would jeopardize the welfare of citizens and peace officers within Gardena PD. The term military equipment, as used in AB 481, does not necessarily indicate the equipment that has been used by or acquired through the military. Pursuant to AB 481, items deemed to be military equipment include, but are not limited to, unmanned aerial or ground vehicles, armored vehicles, command and control vehicles, pepper balls, less lethal shotguns, less lethal 40 millimeter projectile launchers, and diversionary devices. Gardena PD is committed to using the most up-to-date tools and equipment to safeguard the citizens of Gardena. Many of the items deemed to be military equipment by AB 481 are in fact employed by GPD and law enforcement agencies across the country in order to specifically reduce risk to community members. These items provide police officers with the ability to safely resolve volatile situations which otherwise might rise to the level of lethal force encounters. To that end, items that issue in this report and accompanying military equipment use policy also provide Gardena PD's peace officers with vital tools that facilitate compliance with its stringent use of force policy. All use of what has been deemed military equipment by AB 481 must be reasonably necessary and conform to Gardena PD's use of force and other policies. All the facts and circumstances surrounding the incident must be carefully weighed and considered before authorizing the use of and/or utilizing the equipment. The proposed policy was posted on the Gardena PD's website on March 23rd, 2022. The public hearing notice for this ordinance was published by the Gardena Valley News on April 14, 2022. There is no financial impact associated with introducing the ordinance. There are no new financial considerations for existing military equipment and munitions. What is required tonight is conduct a public hearing and allow 3 minutes for each speaker and introduce ordinance number 1841.
Okay. I know we have a presentation tonight as well. Well, let's go ahead and open the hearing at this time. So the hearing is now officially open, and we have a presentation tonight by Chief Safel. If you'd like to go ahead and take it over.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm going to share my screen here. Please let me know if you can see it.
We can.
Okay. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. Joining me this evening for this presentation and public hearing is my Operations Division Captain Vince Osorio, who is in charge of our special operations teams, such as our SWAT team and our South Bay Platoon Mutual Aid team, and of course, our City Attorney, Carmen Vasquez. So I come before you this evening regarding Assembly Bill 41 and the need to adopt an associated city ordinance and department policy in order to continue to use some of our existing tools. During tonight's presentation, I'll be covering the following. What is Assembly Bill 41? Policy development, how AB 41 defines military equipment, our GPD equipment inventory, why we need it, and then some recommendations. So let me start by providing a little background and context into Assembly Bill 41. The bill became effective on January 1st, 2022. AB 41 requires that every law enforcement agency's governing body, whether that's a city council or board of supervisors, adopted an ordinance incorporating an approved police department military equipment use policy. As such, the police department's policy, referred to as the military equipment use policy, shall incorporate a complete inventory of existing military equipment possessed by the department. It will also set forth policies for future acquisitions. It will establish a clear and timely way for citizens to lodge complaints, as well as report all uses of the equipment through the publication of an annual military equipment report. So in short, AB 41 requires approval by city councils or county supervisors. Now, if the proposed use policy is not adopted within 100 days of publication, use and purchase of the military equipment is prohibited until a policy is adopted. If the proposed policy is approved, beginning next year, 2023, agencies must publish an annual public report on the uses and acquisitions of militarized equipment. So AB 481 aimed to increase law enforcement's transparency and accountability for the acquisition and use of military equipment as defined by this new law. It is the intent of AB 41 to enhance and provide safeguards to protect the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and liberties. AB 481 not only requires that a police department create a policy inventory and publishing all military equipment it possesses, but it also requires enhanced community engagement and feedback in regard to the department's possession, acquisition, and use of all said military equipment through the publication of a comprehensive annual report. This annual report will also include when and how equipment is being used, associated maintenance and use costs, internal audits of inventory, as well as community feedback and complaints related to the equipment. This report will then be submitted to the City Council annually, as well as published publicly and presented at a well-publicized community meeting. Next, let me take a moment to talk about the efforts we took in developing what I think is a really comprehensive policy. So when creating this policy, we consulted with the City Attorney's Office. We reviewed outside agency policies, just a few to mention here, El Segundo, Culver City, and Anaheim. We conducted a comprehensive inventory of our existing equipment. We collected input from my Chiefs Advisory Panel, both in the March and April 2022 meetings. We posted the draft policy on our website on March 23rd. We noticed the public hearing advertised in the Gardena Valley News on April 14th. And then I reviewed and revised associated department policies, most specifically our First Amendment Assembly Policy number 432, which is also published on our website. Now, before I go any further, I'd just like to detail and discuss how AB 481 specifically defines and outlines what the term military equipment refers to as it relates to this law. I believe this has been a point of confusion when it comes to understanding what this new law requires and incorporates. To that point, military equipment as detailed by AB 41 does not mean that the equipment was received from the military or that the equipment is solely for military use. To that end, it is important to understand that the Gardena Police Department does not possess equipment procured from the Department of Defense 1033 program, nor do we possess any equipment that is designed solely for military use or has been received directly from the military. Furthermore, I think it's worth noting that there's currently a wide range of interpretations of AB 41 by varying law enforcement agencies all over the state as to the types of equipment that are required to be incorporated as part of this policy. In an effort to be as transparent as possible, our police department's development of this policy has erred on the side of transparency, using a very liberal interpretation, and has seen us include all potentially qualifying equipment that we utilize. As I touched on earlier, it's important that we detail what the term military equipment represents as it relates to AB 41. What I'd like to do now is to briefly cover all the 15 categories of equipment that qualify as military equipment per AB 41. This is not what the Gardena Police Department possesses, rather it is the 15 categories that are now defined as military equipment by the state law. So this military equipment includes but is not limited to the following: unmanned, remotely piloted powered aerial or ground vehicles, mine-resistant ambush-protected MRAP vehicles or armored personnel carriers, high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, 2 1/2 ton trucks, 5-ton trucks, or wheeled vehicles that have a breaching or entry apparatus attached, tracked armor vehicles that provide ballistic protection to its occupants, command and control vehicles that are either built or modified to facilitate the operational control and direction of public safety units, weaponized aircraft, vessels, or vehicles of any kind, battering rams, slugs, and breaching apparatuses that are explosive in nature, and it does not include a handheld one-person ram, firearms and ammunition of 50 caliber or greater, excluding standard issue shotguns and standard issue shotgun ammunition, specialized firearms and ammunition of less than 50 caliber, including firearms and accessories identified as assault weapons in Penal Code 3510 and 3515, with the exception of standard issued firearms. Any firearm or firearm accessory that is designed to launch an explosive projectile, noise, flash, diversion devices, and explosive breaching tools, munitions containing tear gas or OC, excluding standard service-issued handheld pepper spray, taser, shockwave, microwave weapons, water cannons, and long-range acoustic devices, kinetic energy weapons and munitions, and any other equipment as defined by the governing body or a state agency to require additional oversight. Now, this list represents the military equipment categories that the Gardena Police Department does possess. Command and control vehicles that are either built or modified to facilitate the operational control and direction of public safety units. That is our MERV, or our major incident response vehicle, and the recreation vehicle that we possess that has our logo on the side of it. Specialized firearms and ammunition of less than 50 caliber, which is our patrol and specialized rifles. Noise flash diversionary devices, which includes flashbangs. Munitions containing tear gas or OC chemical agents, and kinetic energy weapons and munitions, 40 millimeter launcher. All of the equipment from these categories are inventoried in our proposed military equipment policy. There are approximately 30 pages of equipment, some models of which have been used since the early 1980s, that are included in this policy. I'm going to turn to mutual aid here. As the council is aware, our police department often coordinates and collaborates with our regional law enforcement partners in preparing and responding to various critical incidents and tactical operations. As in all mutual aid agreements and policies, each individual jurisdiction must comply with its own military equipment policy. This is similar to any other task force that we have that is a mutual product of mutual aid, whether that's a DUI task force or gang enforcement task force, similar to use of force policies where everyone must use their own use of force policy. Well, this is no different. Everyone must comply with their own military equipment policy. Fortunately, the equipment possessed and utilized by our surrounding South Bay police departments is similar, industry standard equipment. Thus, our military equipment policies will be similar and oftentimes the same as those of our surrounding jurisdictions. So lastly, I would like to highlight the importance of the many needs for this type of equipment. We are a progressive, modern day, full service police department, and the tools that we have been using are the industry standard. Providing us some of these tools gives us less lethal and de-escalation options, which are geared towards avoiding lethal encounters. It provides strategic and tactical advantage having these tools to responding to certain tactical situations. Relative to emergency preparedness, as you know, policing is a densely populated metropolitan area here in South Los Angeles. And we have high profile targets, which we need equipment to protect in the event that they are compromised. These tools provide an effectiveness and efficiency for our officers. They're workforce multipliers, and they enhance the safety of our employees. Relative to critical incident response, I'd just like to say that we enjoy safety in our city because we've dedicated much effort and resources to that end. But we need to be reminded that incidents do occur in our nation, region, and sometimes in our city, to which we need tools to immediately respond and resolve as safely as possible. Over the past month, we have seen several incidents which involved high capacity rifles or other types of sophisticated weaponry. A couple of those incidents, we've seen what happened in Sacramento on April 3rd, just recently at the Edmund Burke School in Washington, D.C. on April 23rd. And in our own backyard on April 8th, we had a double homicide. Now, that incident in Gardena was not a random act of violence, and that suspect that was involved in that incident is now in custody. But even in that incident, the suspect used an AR-15 type weapon to commit that crime. So it's just something we need to remind ourselves as we go through this process. So once again, I would like to make it clear that the police department is not requesting additional funding for equipment tonight. Rather, we are seeking acknowledgement and approval for equipment that the department currently is in possession of, as required by this new law, AB 481. If we need additional equipment in the future that falls under the definition of AB 481, we will come back to the council for approval and modify this policy to include the new item. And the best example I can provide of that is drones. If we had a drone and the drone cost X dollars and we before implementing that or purchasing that item, we would have to come back to the council for approval, and we would have to alter and modify our military equipment policy to include that. So lastly, I'd like to recommend that we open the public hearing is open. and that we receive testimony from the public. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let's start first with Madam City Clerk. Do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak at this time?
Yes, we do, Madam Mayor. We have one member of the public.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Sherelle, and I really have a concern about all of this military equipment. We just came through COVID 2 years, and I think instead of so much hardness, we need to start thinking about people and where their minds are. I think drones are an excellent thing, but to see this military, I've been in a military brat all my life. Okay, my son joined the military, so I understand military, but I just don't see the rationalization of that. I just don't see that. I think that money could have been spent in a different way. I think we need to start thinking about people and not so much hardness. I guess that's my concern. Do you guys have no-knock warrants here in Gardena?
You know what? I can ask that question, but do you have any other questions? Because I don't want to use up all your time.
No. That's. I'm just concerned about all this military equipment. That's my say.
Okay, thank you. Captain Osorio or Chief Safil, do you mind asking a question? Do we have? I mean, I know that's a different topic, but do we have no-knock warrants for Gardena?
So we do not utilize no-knock warrants in Gardena.
Okay.
But would you like me to respond to the other?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So we agree that our approach as a police department is not from the stance of some military, very stoic personality. That's why we reach out with both our Gardena Hawthorne mental evaluation team to provide services to our homeless and to people that are in crisis. That's why we do all of the other services that we do, whether it's GGIP or even district policing. I think there's as I said during my presentation, I think there's a misnomer of this when we just say military equipment. Just as one example, in this, we have 40 millimeter sponge round launchers, and those are less than lethal. Basically, you're shooting a sponge round as a de-escalation technique in trying to resolve some issues. So those 40 millimeters are launchers are also included in this this new policy. So it's not just guns and MRAPs and Bearcats. It's the less than lethal thing. Those items, those tools that are included as well.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, any more speakers?
No, there are no more speakers, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time? Let's start with Councilman Cascana and then Councilman Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, thank you for that presentation. I have a few questions, if you don't mind. First of all, who present this AB 481? Which assembly member?
Chu.
Assembly member Chu. Okay. And I mean, I'm not an expert in this thing, but my question is, do we have to be transparent, not us only, all the law enforcement, to everyone, to the public, saying that I have 10 guns and I have 58 rounds of ammunition. So now the bad guys, they're going to say, okay, let me get 20 guns and 100 rounds of ammunition so I can overtake you. Is this something logic in your opinion?
So what authorizes this is on January 1st, 2022, yes, every agency in the state has to comply with this. Do I have concerns that we are forecasting what our capabilities are to people that out there that may want to do harm to us or to members of the public? Yes, there's big concerns, but this is what the law is, and this is what we need to comply with, and this is what the purpose of this new policy is.
So basically, you know, your hands tied. You can't do nothing about it, and you have to report these things regardless. So, what's the consequences if, let's say, us as of the body, the council, we say that no, we don't want to, to tell the people or whoever that this is what we have, and what's the consequences?
Councilman Kaskanian, if the council does not adopt the policy, then the police department cannot use any of the equipment that's listed on our policy. So you, in essence, are tying up. You would prohibit them from using any of that equipment.
Okay. All right. I might ask a few more questions, Chief, about this, but I'm going to let my other colleagues ask you other questions. So.
Okay. Councilman Francis?
Yes, good presentation, Chief Safel. But just let me go ahead and say this. When I think of military equipment, I think of war. I don't think of police officers or public safety. I think of war. And in war, the intent is to stop your opponent so they don't come any farther. So I just need to say that. And now you already have all this equipment. You've already purchased it. So this is not new equipment you're purchasing, or?
Yes, that's correct. This is all existing equipment that we have.
Okay. And as Attorney Vasquez says, if we don't approve it, then you can't use any of the equipment that you have. So what happens to it? Just sits there?
Yes, it would sit there unused.
Okay. And my other question is, so it will sit there unused. Now, even though you have military equipment, you haven't purchased any of this equipment from a military source. It's from regular, I don't know where you buy guns, but I saw them on Amazon, So, but whatever your source of purchase is, you just get it.
Yes, it's a military equipment provider. But most importantly, it's not from the federal government. It's not from the Army. It's not from any military entity of the federal government.
And so from that list of AD 481 that identified types of military equipment, do we possess any of that equipment right now? The Humvees and the grenade launchers, we don't have any of that.
So of those 15 categories, the ones that I identified, the 5 that I identified, we have what is defined as military equipment from this bill in 5 of those categories.
Okay. I also understand, is there a training component as a part of the ordinance that says that whoever uses this equipment has to be trained on every year or qualified to use certain types of equipment, or just anybody can grab one?
So that the training component is not in this policy. The training component is in our other policies, our use of force policy, our First Amendment assembly policy, those other policies. What this policy is strictly for is to itemize the equipment that we have. It's not applicable to the training of that equipment. It's basically for the transparency of the equipment that you have. It's not about the training on the equipment.
And I thought I heard you say that, or maybe I read that it's listed on your website. So if anyone wanted to know what type of equipment was available to our police department, you can just go to the website and it's all listed there. Is that true?
Yes, it's on our face page of our website, gardenapd.org, towards the bottom of the screen, clearly marked in a blue box at the bottom.
Mm-hmm. And there was another piece of the ordinance that talks about the policy for citizens to lodge complaints, and that's already written out how it would work and where they would go and who they talk to, and what type of report would end up as a result of our response. Would that be, that's a part of the ordinance as well?
Yes, that's correct. And not only do we use that process for this policy, we use the same process on all of our other policies. If somebody has a complaint about the policy itself, they're more than welcome to make their complaint, and we can go through the process that is enumerated and documented in our complaint process.
Mm-hmm. And also, did I read that there would be a report? Would it become available, I guess, for next year that would talks about the equipment and whether or not it's been used and who was used against, or this will be an annual report?
Yes, it'll be an annual report that's presented at a well-publicized public meeting. And we'll talk about the uses of that equipment, how much we spent on the equipment, how we trained on the equipment.
Policy Councilwoman Francis has to be at least once a year. If they want to acquire new equipment that falls under this category, they have to come to you whenever that is. So if in 6 months they want to acquire a drone, since it's not, they have to come to you and get that. But say there is no new equipment, at a minimum, they have to come once a year, prepare a report, publicize it, have this public meeting, so that since we're in April, that would probably take place sometime in March. And then they would come to council again in April of 2023 for readoption of the policy. That is required by the policy, by the AB bill.
Right. And in this report, is there any type of evaluation tool or a recommendation tool, or is just that we have this, we did this, and end the story?
So the evaluation so there's community input on the opinions of the public that we can take during that public meeting. If there are complaints about the use of that equipment, they use our complaint process. If there are concerns about evaluating the effectiveness of that tool that we use, whatever that is, that goes to our use of force review process, which again is not part of this policy, it's another policy. And we measure the effectiveness of it. So for example, if we had some sort of piece of equipment that we found is not being effective, then internally we would look at that piece of equipment and either do away with it, improve it, or change it. And so that's an internal process that we have that happens all the time.
Okay, and just my last question. I believe the ordinance mentioned a frequency of audits. What was your auditing, how much you're spending, or whether or not you need to add to your inventory, or?
So we have certain inventory levels that we need to maintain throughout the year. And so the budgeting of those items, there's a lot of factors that play in what these items would cost going through the year. But we do constantly monitor, doing a comprehensive evaluation of what our inventory is. And we do keep it at a certain level.
Okay. And just about that non-lethal or less lethal, if it hits you in the wrong spot, it could possibly be lethal. So whatever that non-lethal is, I think it's a little wordplay. And the other thing is we want to at least make sure that our police department has the tools to protect its members. I'm not quite sure. Get a little concerned about public safety because all that's gone on before. I think we should have some concern about public safety, but how these tools of public safety will be used against everyday people. And it's not just a concern coming out of South Los Angeles. In general, our society has become more violent, and there's a lot of more violent things that are happening. And I teach in elementary school, and we had active shooter training. And I've been teaching for over 35, I won't tell you how long it's been. It's over 30 years. And I have never had to sit through a professional development on active shooter. So our society is becoming more violent and not less. I pray for peace, but so thank you. Just if this is what you need to protect you, keep you safe, then we just have to be careful about the use of it.
Any more questions or comments? Mark, go ahead.
I think Mayor Pro Tem was before me, then I'll go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So yeah, So Councilwoman Strand is right. It all comes down to, society's kind of out of kilter right now. And there's a lot of things that are just going on that shouldn't be going on. But again, she's right too, because not only do we need things to protect our personnel, but our personnel need to have the right things to protect our community. Right. So if you think about us not approving this equipment is no longer approved to use. So now our officers are going against heavily armed suspects with, say, AR-15s, and we have handguns and shotguns, and that's it. So we're outgunned, we're outmanned. So even if we had people barricaded and we were trying to take care of our hostages, there's no way we could do that. Now, the only way that if we don't have it, we have to call another agency in, correct? If we call another agency in to our city to use the equipment that we're telling our people that we can't use, if their policy is screwed up, something bad's going to happen. So if you look at the history of our department, and when I was there, we had the same type of equipment. Our department has shown and has proven itself that we use what we have in a manner that only the chief and his executive staff allows, because we have the use of force policy that was just updated, and ours is one of the most stringent use of force policies around. This thing that is being, this 841 thing, is all it is an inventory of what they consider to be military stuff. And they can call it whatever they want, but okay, so an AR-15, yeah, it's used by the military, but law enforcement uses it. There are a lot of things that law enforcement uses that may be considered military, but they're really everyday things. So, we're not going to war. We're going to protect our people. And we have to have the right tools to do it. So, tonight we're looking at this ordinance about approving what we already have. And we've had this stuff since when, Chief? Forever?
There's some models that from the 1980s. We're still using the same model.
And so again, like Madam City Attorney said, we're not asking to buy anything or add anything. This is just to approve what we already have and what we already use. Now, drones may come, right? Drones may come in 6 months, 8 months, but okay, then we have to, as a council, have to come back and go, okay, tell us about drones and what they're going to be used for and how we're going to use them. And the public's going to hear about it too. So it's unfortunate that we have to put ourselves out there and count every bullet and every gun and every piece of equipment we have and have to explain why we use it. But I think our history with our police department is our people use it for the proper things and they use it in the proper manner. So, I think we just need to look at, if we don't approve this tonight, our law enforcement, our police department loses everything that they have to protect not only themselves, but our people.
Yeah, well said. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and all good comments. Chief, thank you for the presentation and the quick turnaround and getting the inventory post. The question I had in regards to mutual aid, then I'll go into my comment. When another city requests our mutual aid, does that just cut, that's our sunk costs, our department over time, and we pay that, or do agencies bill one another for support?
No, it's not charged by the other agency, but it's sort of a trade-off, if you will. We know that we're going to require them to come and help us, and we do the same for them. Okay, thank you. And the next thing looking at some of the other reports from other cities and different things, either we're on par or pretty shy of what a lot of other agencies have in regards to inventory. So like those things from the 80s, we probably, because they're probably end of life, the next time we do an inventory, we might want to update some of that stuff because it becomes a cost issue when you start trying to use old equipment that
you probably shouldn't be using because it's not safe. To everybody's point, the safety of our personnel as well as our community. But I want to say I appreciate the proactive stance that you've actually submitted in regards to providing our inventory. Luckily, we don't have to provide our tactics in regards to how we're going to conduct our business. But I also like to say it's never the tool, it's always the craftsman. So as long as we continue to do our listening tours and we look at our training to make our officers more cerebral, work on implicit bias, we have our mental health evaluation team. We start to then now make our community a lot safer with a lot of non-lethal things as well as ways to de-escalate. So again, I appreciate this report. We got to do it. We want to make sure that you guys can get out tomorrow and do what you need to do. So I understand the ordinance. I'm in favor of that. And if I need to introduce that, I will. Okay. And everything. Is there any other comments? I'll introduce it, Madam Mayor, if I need to.
Okay.
Or okay.
Any more, excuse me. Any council member have any more questions or comments at this time?
Just one more question about the mutual aid. In your presentation, you mentioned other agencies that we have a mutual aid relationship with. And are we only using agencies where our ordinance will match theirs, or does their ordinance have to match ours, or do we take their inventory and list them on our website? How does that work? Was there something in there that talked about that?
Yeah, so as I said before, most of the policies are very, very similar, if not the same, especially in the South Bay. We all kind of use the same equipment. If in the future we start requiring another agency to bring in something that might be listed on that new assembly bill, like for example, somebody had some Wazoo piece of equipment that would fall under one of those 15 categories that we had not used before, but now we're using because maybe an adjacent jurisdiction procured that piece of equipment, then we would have to put it on our policy at that point if we were using that regularly as part of our tools. That's correct.
Okay, and just to recap, basically AB 841 is just requires the agency to just list this inventory. That's it, pretty much. And then some other things that have to do with reporting, has a reporting piece that goes along with it in terms of use and recommendation and that. And Councilmember Cascadian, they already know. They already know what we got. So it's no secret. And I think the concern is, again, when you start talking about military use equipment, all those pictures pop up in our minds. And with media, social media, and all that's going on, you know, it does cause concern. And that's why I asked the question about training and ongoing training and how to systematize complaints. It's important because I've met some of our officers, and at the end of the day, I just want to see everybody go home. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, Councilman Cascadian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One more question, Chief. Do you have in your budget, or do we budget to purchase guns or equipments that do we need every year, or how is that works out? Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, so I have line items in my budget that are designed to give me the ability to procure smaller amounts of tools to replenish what I have in an ongoing basis. So what I mean is that I'm not buying all the guns at once. I'm not buying all the ammo at once. I'm not buying all the 40 millimeter launchers at once. But I do have resources to be able to replenish what might be getting old or which gets damaged in training, that sort of thing.
I see. So basically, let's say, you know, we have the guns and, you know, we're using the guns, but we do not budget to purchase new guns or new, AR-15s, I would say, or whatever we have at this time, that we don't buy them on a yearly basis, right? We don't spend the money on those.
Yeah, I don't have the budget to like completely replace all of my AR-15s each year. It's not an annual cost.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any more questions or comments? Captain Osorio.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilman Cascini, and just to touch on your point, and also on Councilman Dr. Henderson's, part of our budget actually goes into the maintenance of all of our tools and all the different weapon systems that we have, so that we can extend their life and we don't have to buy them every year. Like the chief was saying, we have a few weapons that have been around since this kind of hurts. It's been since I graduated high school back in 1987, but they're still operating very well. They're every year or every 2 years, depending on the weapon system, they are completely gone through by our armorers, or we send them out to outside armorers in order to keep them at 100% operability. So that helps us to avoid having to buy, say, 10 AR-15s or 15 handguns every year, which would be very expensive.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments? Okay, if not, can I get a motion for us to even introduce this ordinance 1841?
I'll move it.
I'm
I'll
sorry.
second.
Who said first?
Mayor
Okay.
Pro Tem. I'll
Okay.
second.
Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Henderson. And this is to introduce ordinance number 1841. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Now, I was going to ask if somebody wanted to introduce 1841, but somebody volunteered earlier. Okay, it was Councilmember
Mark.
Henderson. So, Madam City Clerk, for the record, item number 1841 will be introduced by Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. So noted.
Okay, great. Thank you. Chief, Captain, thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you guys for doing everything you can to continue to protect our community. So appreciate you. Okay, so next up is item number 15A, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 15A is to approve consultation contract with HF&H Consultants LLC to monitor the solid waste contract and manage Senate Bill 1383 requirements for the City of Gardena. Solid waste management franchise agreement with WRG was recently approved by the City Council effective March 22nd, 2022. And this agreement incorporated the diversion goals by the California Integrated Waste Management Act of 1989 and recent regulation requirements. SB 1383 requires a reduction of methane emissions resulting from decomposition of organic waste and requires a reduction of organic waste in landfills by 75% by 2025. And as a result, the city adopted a mandatory organic recycling ordinance incorporated into the city's municipal code. HF&H will provide legislative and regulatory updates, prepare education and outreach materials for recycling and organics to diversion, analyze reports and ensure requirements are met, reconcile recycling disposal reporting system, and prepare documentation for CalRecycle's annual electronic report. From 2020 to 2022, HF&H successfully updated the solid waste contract and ordinances to include the SB 1383 requirements for the City of Gardena. HF&H has over 20 years of experience, and they are subject matter experts in solid waste, recycle, compliance, and environmental mandate requirements. Financial impact, $210,000 for a 2-year contract, and the funding sources are as follows. CalRecycle awarded the city $80,167 for consultant to assist the city with tracking and providing guidance for SB 1383 requirements, and Waste Resources Gardena's regulatory reimbursements for AB 939 and SB 1383 compliance, which generates approximately $150,000 per year. What's required tonight is to approve consultation contract.
Okay. Item number 15A. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments? Let's start with Councilmember Cascadian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mr. City Manager, nothing coming out of our pocket, I'm assuming, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and do we have to have this consulting company to do all these things? WRG can't do this on their own, or?
Well, no, the purpose of the consultant is to make sure that WRG complies with all of the regulatory requirements. It's an oversight arm that we are trying to employ. So WRG cannot do it on their own. There has to be an oversight over that.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions or comments? Councilwoman Francis?
Yeah, so this particular consultant, haven't we had them on board before? As I know they're on the warrant. What did they do? What have they already done for us, for the city? So
during our 2 years that we engaged with WRG as far as renegotiating our contract. Now, this is a very complex, voluminous contract that we have with WRG. HF&H is there right next to us, making sure that whatever is in the contract is in the best interest of the city. So yes, you are correct. If you recognize that HF&H, they are the consultant that we used to renegotiate the contract with WRG as it relates to SB 1383.
Okay, and this contract keeps, it includes a 3% raise each January? Is that correct?
I don't see that here.
I don't recall what page it's on, but I thought it's a 2-year contract.
It is for $210,000 for 2 years. I don't recall seeing an escalator anywhere in the contract.
Okay.
The hourly rates, Councilwoman Francis, are increased, but the fixed amount that you're approving tonight, that is a set amount. So, I mean, it may be that we don't use up all of the funds, right? But so in their proposal, they have a rate of depending on who the project manager, senior associate, administrative staff. And so that rate would go up 3% after January 1st. But again, the budgeted amount is this fixed amount that you're approving tonight.
It was just the amount of the hourly wage will go up 3%. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. And in taking that, in taking the notion that this is a 2-year agreement, that was calculated into the fixed number that we're requesting authority for tonight.
Mm-hmm. And this particular consultant will act more as a watchdog. I guess I don't mean to say watchdog, but for lack of a better term, they provide oversight or insight into whether or not our waste resources was doing a good job and doing what they say they're supposed to be doing in compliance with the state. Is that it? To make sure they comply?
That's correct. It's an oversight consultant for the city. The city, we don't have the expertise as far as solid waste, organic waste, et cetera, et cetera. All of our staff are very qualified and capable, but there's just some nuances that are really best left to experts, provided that we're not even spending general fund dollars.
Mm-hmm. And I guess as a part of the oversight, there'll be some type of reports that are generated. And I thought I saw a public education committee outreach piece that they're supposed to write.
Let me also just include that we have Debbie Morris from who's a consultant. We have her here available if you guys have any questions. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Councilman Francis, but I just
no, that's fine.
You want to direct some questions at her as well, because maybe she can answer the educational
whoever
question.
Has an answer, it's fine with me.
City manager, whoever wants to jump up first. But she's available here.
Okay. So whosoever will, I'm good with.
Yeah, I mean, we can have Debbie go on, but again, they are going to be providing legislative and regulatory updates, meaning that any changes in the law in Sacramento, they're going to be well versed. They're going to be updating us and educating us. And also, like I said, we have some education and outreach materials available that they're going to be providing us and the community.
So I guess my question is at the end of the contract, do they take all of their reports and paperwork with them, or do they leave that with us?
Yes. Debbie, are you able to answer that question? Is this the reports, are these proprietary, or is this something that the work paper is going to be city owned?
Whatever we provide city, that's a city document at that point. We do have a database that we use for the extensive SB 1383 reporting. So the actual database itself, that would stay with us, but you would have all of the reports. So any public education, any reports that we develop on behalf of the city, that becomes city property at that point.
So the database is something that you use, but the reports produced by the database we get to keep. So I would imagine after you're gone, because this is not just a little 2-year Cal Cycle project where we're going to be keeping track of this organic waste. We may need some type of paper trail in case something happens. So you'll leave the paperwork with us. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely. And, you know, the importance of this is, I know that I've spoken to you before about SB 1383, is just the amount of reporting that's required with 1383, and that all the reports have to be available to Cal Recycle within 10 days of request. So those will all, you know, we'll house those. The city will also have the availability to those reports too, in order to accommodate Cal Recycle's requests.
Yeah, I imagine the everyday resident might be okay, but what about in terms of education? What type of assistance do you, as a consultant, are you providing assistance to our businesses like restaurants and grocery stores that have a lot of organic waste? Are you making recommendations to them, or we?
So your new solid waste agreement actually requires that WRG go out there and provide information to the commercial businesses, and to go out and let them know about the mandatory organics, the mandatory recycling, and then what we call right sizing them. So hopefully their trash containers would go down, right, as they have to add these new materials. HF&H, as far as the public education and outreach component, we review all materials that are produced by the hauler before they're disseminated into the community, to ensure that they not only have the correct regulatory requirements included in there, but also the city requirements through your ordinances that you passed, and also comply with their agreement terms and conditions. Then we also, on behalf of the city, we actually develop quite a bit of public education and outreach for the city. We provide website information. We also provide any articles on request and letters that to be sent out. So those are kind of a broad stroke of what we do as far as public education outreach.
And just one more question. Say, for example, since we're dealing with the state, and sometimes the state doesn't always see it our way, do you help the state understand or provide reports to justify what it is we're doing? The reason I ask, because I remember when we went to collecting plastics, and a lot of people were saving their plastics. A lot of people were recycling. They're saving up their plastic bottles, and they're taking to the recycling themselves. So it looked as if the city wasn't really participating in the recycling program until they kind of figured that out. So, and the state says, well, you know, we're going to fine you guys because you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing in terms of volume. Do you help in that regard to make sure that you kind of monitor the process for us and waste and all that? So we're going to meet that requirement, or if the state says you?
We act as the liaison to Cal Recycle, and I do this for all my contract management and SB 1383 clients. And, you know, I've been doing this for 30 years. So I know these guys, your local area reps. I've known them for a long, long time. And so, you know, I do have a good relationship with them, and they trust me, and they trust the work that HF&H does. And so we will always be there for the annual meetings with Cal Recycle and also the annual conference calls and any other questions that they have throughout the year. You know, I will work with Alan and with Hong to make sure that, and also directly with the Cal Recycle reps to make sure that the city is represented.
Okay, so at the end of your 2 years, we'll be able to stand up on our own and run with it?
I can't answer that question, council member. I wish I could.
Okay. What else? I hope you say yes, but it's not been your goal. So just one quick question. Mrs. City Manager, what else could we have done with this money instead of hiring a consultant? Could we actually have put a person on staff? Because, you know, trash is ongoing and how we collect and all that is ongoing. So could we have just used this money just to hire a person on staff? Or why is a consultant a better way to go for a particular issue like this?
That's a very good question. You would have to hire somebody that's very, very well versed in this field, such as Debbie, and hiring somebody such as Debbie would be very, very expensive because of her vast knowledge, experience, et cetera, et cetera. Not to mention, you know, retirement, pension, et cetera, that's included in that. So it is better to outsource this simply because, you know, it's very, very difficult to find. First of all, very, very difficult to find somebody as well-versed and knowledgeable as Debbie and HF and H as staff. What's more, you know, the added cost for that. So seeing that it could potentially be a finite engagement, you know, we will make sure we do it every 2 years.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Morrison, and thank you, Ms. City Manager.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? No? Okay. You know, I think this is good right now while we're going into this new phase of now having to separate for the organics, just making sure we do it the right way. I remember when we switched over from just having the regular trash and then going to the green trash can. It was a little bit of a learning experience, but I think in just this initial kickoff here, this will be good for us, even as we're educating the community as well. And hopefully after that 2-year period, we'll be able to take on this and kind of keep going from there. So I think we'll be probably just fine with that. It'll just be a slightly new experience or a learning experience for us to do. So with that, I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, I don't think I asked you, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this? No?
No, we don't.
Okay. That being said, if there are no more questions, can I get a motion to approve the consultant contract? Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion by Councilmember Cascadian and a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Cascadian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 15B. Mayor Pro Tem, do you mind taking over just for a couple of minutes for me? Go ahead, Mr. City Manager, item number 15B.
Gotcha.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 15B is resolution number 6554, approving the engineer's report of the Gardena Artesia Boulevard Landscaping Assessment District for fiscal year 2022-2023, declaring its intention to levy and collect assessments under the Gardena Artesia Boulevard Landscaping Assessment District for fiscal year 2022-2023, and setting a time and place for hearing protests in relation thereto. Public hearing, May 24, 2022. Staff respectfully recommends the City Council adopt resolution number 6554, approving the engineer's report pursuant to the requirements of resolution number 6552 regarding the Gardena Artesia Boulevard Landscaping Assessment District for fiscal year 2022-2023, declaring its intention to levy and collect assessments under the Gardena Artesia Boulevard Landscaping Assessment District the fiscal year 2022-2023, and appointing a time and place for hearing protests in relation thereto, the public hearing May 24, 2022. The Artesia Boulevard Landscaping Assessment District between Normandy Avenue and Dalton Avenue was established and commenced in fiscal year 1994-1995. And Artesia Boulevard Landscaping Assessment District between Denker Avenue and Western Avenue was established and commenced in fiscal year 2001 to 2002. The assessment will pay for servicing and maintenance costs of landscaping and pertinent improvements within the median island on Artesia Boulevard between Western Avenue and Normandy Avenue. The budget amount is $21,662. The funding source is the assessment district. And what's required tonight is adopt resolution number 6554.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do you have anybody from the public?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, we do not.
Thank you. Any council member wishing to address us? Go ahead, Councilman Cascani.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. City Manager, how about Normandy to Vermont?
So that's not a part of the assessment district. If the city council wishes, we could certainly look into forming another district, and it would have to go before the city council, public hearing, and it'd have to go before the affected business or property owners within the specified area that that's going to be highlighted, and then a vote is going to be needed. Madam City Attorney, is that pretty much the extent of formation?
That's pretty much it. And now we're getting outside the scope. So let's stick to this specific location that's on the agenda tonight.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
Anybody else wishing to speak? Go ahead, Council Member Francis.
Yes. Didn't this come up last year? So we had to vote for a new assessment each year?
That is correct, Matt.
That's correct. It's an annual assessment.
Okay. All right. Thought I saw it before. All right. So now
Anyone
we're
else?
just giving opportunity for just in case the people that are being assessed, residents being assessed, have an opportunity to weigh in comments or protests, and that's a part of the process as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. This is new. What's going on here?
I'm sorry?
This is a new.
The process has always been the same, Councilwoman Francis. We give notice of the fact that we're scheduling the public hearing, and then we come back, we bring it later. So this has been the same process we've used every year.
Okay,
as it pertains to this.
I must came in on the latter half of it, so that's why I write. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right, because of the timing of when you were sworn in. That is possible.
So that just to inform you, Councilman, the reason why we do this is so that we can add it to the LA County tax roll, so that they can collect the property tax portion of the landscaping district. If you look at if you're a part of the district, you'd see it on your property tax. It'll say a line item there, assessment district X dollar amount, and then that goes into the assessment district.
Anybody else? Madam Mayor, it's all yours for the vote.
I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, did we already open up to the public? Was there anybody?
No, there was no one.
Okay.
Mr. Rigg had his hand up, but he has since put it down. So
Okay, that's fine. That being said, if there are no more questions or comments, can I get a motion to adopt resolution number 6554?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Henderson and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 15C, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 15C is resolution number 6555, approving the engineer's report of the Gardena Consolidated Street Lighting Assessment District for the fiscal year 2022-2023, declaring its intention to levy and collect assessments under the Gardena Consolidated Street Lighting District fiscal year 2022-2023, and setting a time and place for hearing protests in relation thereto, Public hearing May 24, 2022. Staff respectfully recommends the City Council adopt resolution number 6555 approving the engineer's report for the Gardena Consolidated Street Lighting Assessment District fiscal year 2022-2023, declaring its intention to levy and collect assessments under the Gardena Consolidated Street Lighting District for fiscal year 2022-2023, and setting a time and place for hearing protests in relation thereto for public hearing May 24, 2022. On July 28, 2009, Council approved and confirmed an increase in the assessment of the City of Gardena Consolidated Street Lighting District through Prop 218 proceedings, and as described in the attached engineer's report. The Consolidated Street Lighting District pays for all energy costs, construction, and maintenance costs of the street lighting. The budget amount is $836,545. The funding source is the assessment district. What's required tonight is adopt resolution number 6555.
Okay, any questions or comments? Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public who has a question or comment?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay, that being said, can I get a motion to adopt resolution number 6555? Anybody?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilwoman Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian.
Yes.
Mayor Serta. Yes. Okay, next up is item number 17A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 17A is to approve the purchase of 14 40-foot compressed natural gas CNG buses for $11,763,501, an authorized program total of $12,351,676. Between fiscal year 2017 and 2023, G-Trans will be replacing the entire fleet of 40-foot gasoline electric hybrid buses that have reached the end of their useful lives. Staff developed a fiscal year 2017-2020 through 2023 fleet replacement plan that was approved by City Council in 2017, dictating that G-Trans would pursue purchasing both CNG and zero-emission buses with an eventual conversion to all zero-emission buses by 2034. G-Trans is able to purchase CNG buses under an assignment clause through an existing contract by LA County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, or Metro. And under the assignment clause, G-Trans has reserved up to 46 CNG buses from El Dorado National Incorporated, based out of California. CNG technology has a long-standing proven history throughout the transit industry for its reliability, range, and lower greenhouse gas emissions. The new buses also offer safety improvements, including the latest safety features and designs, which include improved ADA amenities and boarding ramps, and provide safer, cleaner operating environment for G-Trans passengers and employees, improve fleet reliability, and allow G-Trans to remain in compliance with the California Air Resources Board, or CARB, and the South Coast Air Quality Management District, or SCAQMD regulation. Staff respectfully recommends that Council authorize the purchase of 14 CNG buses from El Dorado National Incorporated for a total of $11,763,501 and a 5% contingency of $588,175 to account for any unforeseen changes, only to be approved in advance by G-Trans staff for a not to exceed project total of $12,351,676. The financial impact: G-Trans has existing federal, state, and local funding available for the second phase of its bus replacement program. There is no impact to the general fund. What is required tonight is to approve purchase and program total.
Okay. I know we have Director Ernie Crespo available for any questions. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions at this time?
I do, Madam Mayor.
I was going to say, somebody speak up. We're about to spend $11 million. Okay.
First of all, didn't we just buy 7 new electric buses or approve the purchase? We didn't buy them, but approve the purchase of them maybe a couple of council meetings ago.
I don't recall how many we I recall purchasing some.
Sticks out, but I know it was more than one.
Right. So it's a part. It's part of the replacement program. You're going to be seeing a number of these things go throughout the year. And yes, there were I believe 7 of them.
Okay, and this so these CNG buses, they're replace the buses that we have right now that live out their useful purpose. Or
correct.
Yeah.
So we're replacing gasoline, I believe gasoline powered hybrids with the more reliable CNG. And if you recall, the mix that the city council, as far as CNG versus electric, will be 80-20 at this time. So 80% CNG, 20% electric buses, only because the electric technology is not yet fully tested as far as battery is concerned. So we have to rely on more proven, more reliable means of transportation than all the while testing with a 20% fleet.
Right. When I worked for Northrop, we call it running in parallel.
Correct.
We went from an old system to a new system. We ran in parallel. The other question is, I was just noticing the date on the contract, and they went from, there was one contract that said 2018, there's another one that said 2019, and I don't even know if there was any that said 2020. The dates of the buses are, why nothing's changed since 2018 in terms of price or the buses, or it's still the same bus? Or we just why wasn't a new date on contract? I guess that's my concern. Does that make sense?
Let's bring the
Director Crespo is here, but I believe what you're referring to is just amendments to contracts. So there are changes to the contracts as far as when you buy new buses, but
But the dates, I don't even know. There's Elizabeth Hernandez was one signature, and there's a Tony Wayne was another signature. I don't know, whether they belong to us or they're part of our organization or we're buying the buses from. But I was just wondering about the dates on them, because shouldn't we have updated contracts? Or
Ernie, can you answer that?
Yeah, just to give a little good evening, Mayor and council members. Just to give a little context, so we are working off of. So LA Metro went out to bid years ago and with El Dorado and selected El Dorado. And that's how they gave us permission, in essence, to buy up to 46, I believe, or 48 of those buses using their exact contractual terms and conditions. So we are exercising those rights to purchase these buses off of the Metro contract, which is in compliance with our FTA procurement rules. FTA allows this type of purchasing. So this is in 2 years ago, we purchased 18 CNGs. This is the exact same way we have to purchase them. And then as this is a purchase for 14. And then hopefully in less than a few more months, we will be back to council recommending our final CNG purchase of another 8 to 10 CNG buses.
So the date on the contract doesn't matter. It's not important as long as it's the same contract. It's just that, there was no, I don't know, maybe it was late when I was reading all this, but there wasn't a cover letter that said, we're using this old contract, but under new terms or the same terms, but we're not changing the dates to, I didn't see a cover letter that explained that. I guess that's why I was kind of confused with the dates in 2018, 2019. Like that, or are those people even still around? They still work for the company? Or?
Well, yes, they do. The procurement officer for LA Metro, this actually had to go all the way to the LA Metro board to get approved to give us the authority to purchase off of them. But these are just amendments that we're doing to the existing contract that they did to give us the right to purchase.
So you didn't need to change. I guess my question is, it's okay to use the old contract without a cover letter or anything like that. So, we're using this contract, although the price is all the same and everything, right?
So the prices as dictated in the contract. So there is a cost increase, right? Because it was a 5-year contract that Metro got into, and just had escalation prices. So year 1 had some prices, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. So we're at year 5 of that contract.
Okay.
Okay.
And one more quick question. As far as, we just approved the purchase of this grid and all the new technology. And did I see anywhere the buses that we're purchasing now, the new CNG buses, they'll be fitted with that software to accommodate our new grid system and all that's going on? Or is that going to be an extra cost?
No, that's a great point, Councilwoman Francis. The price is already included in the bus. So grid, all our smart technology, our passenger counters, all that are line items in this purchase.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions, comments? I can't remember. Madam City Clerk, did I ask you if we had anybody from the public or not?
No, you have not, and we do not have anyone, Madam Mayor.
Okay, if there are no more questions at this
Just
time.
One more quick question. I guess that conflict day is really kind of bothering me. So could we, if we just change the date on the contract so everything will be current? Because it looks like we approved it. We approved the old contract in 2022. We approved the old contract. So, I mean, I don't know, Attorney Vasquez, am I off base here or?
You're muted, Carmen.
The assignment agreement is valid until September 1st, 2022. That's attachment C, which allows us the permission, gave us the permission from September 1st, 2017 to September 1st, 2022. So that's still in effect as we're taking advantage of being able to use this. So even though it was entered into in 2018, it's valid until September 1st, 2022.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining, helping me to understand that, because I was a little really iffy on that one. So thank you for helping me understand. Thank you, Mr. Crespo.
Okay. Any more questions?
Thank you.
Comments? No? Okay, if there are no more questions or comments at this time then, can I get a motion to approve the purchase and program total?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Cascadian and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Cascadian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 17B, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, Member City Council, agenda item 17B is to approve fuel contract increases with Pinnacle Petroleum and Clean Energy for the purchase of gasoline and compressed natural gas, CNG, for fiscal year 2022. In fiscal year 21, G-Trans used nearly 240,000 gallons of gasoline and over 60,000 gallons of gasoline equivalents of CNG to operate over 1 million miles. And G-Trans spends between $1 million and $1.5 million in fuel each year to operate transit service and non-revenue vehicles. In 2020, G-Trans prepared a 2-year budget for fiscal year 21 and 22, which included a conservative estimate for gasoline and CNG expenditures for both years. And at that time, we were not able to foresee national fuel price increases, which have been even higher in California and the LA area. G-Trans has negotiated contracts with Pinnacle Petroleum and Clean Energy for gasoline and CNG supply, which provides some discount, but original estimates for fuel in fiscal year 22 are still not sufficient to carry G-Trans through June 30th, 2022. Staff recommends increasing the fuel contracts for fiscal year 2022 to the following. The increased fiscal year 2022 authorization for Pinnacle Petroleum by $364,594 for a new total of $1,316,101. An increased fiscal year 2022 authorization for Clean Energy by $74,331 for a new total of $320,102. The financial impact is G-Trans can accommodate increases within its overall fiscal year 2022 budget There is no impact to the general fund. What's required tonight is to approve fuel contract increase.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this?
No, Madam Mayor, we don't.
Okay, that being said, can I get a motion to approve the fuel contract increases?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Henderson and a second by Councilmember Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up are council directors. Does any member of the council have any directors at this time? Go ahead and start with Mark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two fun ones and one that definitely, well, need a second on all of them. We received a letter from Los Angeles Southwest College, a support letter that they would like to send to Congresswoman Waters for an Allied Health Center and a LASC Foundation ladder program that they want to implement at their schools. So they would like a support letter from our city, since LA Southwest College serves our community. And as a former student at Los Angeles Southwest College, it's an opportunity to kind of give back and support a place that's poured into me in regards to my educational pursuits and endeavors. So I was wondering if we could get a second to have Madam City Attorney look at the sample letters that were sent over to us to make sure that we aren't exposed in any way in those letters, and then support those initiatives at LA Southwest College.
Second.
Okay.
All right. And the next one is, if I could get a second, in relationship to our aquatic center, if we could have Public Works look with SoCal Edison to see what it would take for our parking lot that's adjacent to the gym to have a photovoltaic possibly cover that parking lot. In the summertime, it's going to be hot, folks will be swimming, cars will be burning up, and see if we can put some electric charging stations in that parking lot, possibly.
Councilmember Henderson, we're currently looking at charging stations with Edison. I'm not sure if this is the same.
It's for that parking lot. How about photovoltaics to cover that lot?
Not PVs. Not PV. We're looking at the charging stations from Edison, but not or other providers, but not PVs.
Okay.
That has not been looked at yet. You're more than welcome to do the direct, and we'll look into it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the first one? For what?
Photovoltaics, the solar panels that cover their areas. Just look and see what
has it.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, and Councilmember Henderson, just so you know, from the ICA conference we were at, one of the reps was talking to us about the charging stations. And so since then, just from that conference there, they were one of the vendors. We've had staff looking into that possibility of even putting them somewhere here throughout the city. So they're looking at, actually, they had a meeting yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday.
Right.
Already. So they're already on that.
That's good. And there's some resources that would be make our costs minimal.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that we exercise that possibility for us to really modernize our city. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Anybody else?
I do.
Go ahead.
Mayor. At the Easter egg hunt in Nakaoka, I ran into, I forget his name right now. He's retired Guardian police officer. He's one of the color guard. In fact, he was the lead. What's his name, Gonzalez?
Rodney.
Gonzalez, okay, that's him. So as we were talking, I said, well, hey, what are you doing now? He said, well, I got a part-time job. Doing what? I'm traveling with the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. I said, really, when are you coming back to Gardena? He said, we got to ask. So can we ask that the Vietnam Memorial come back to Gardena? It's so important that we remember, and as often as we can. Can we do that?
I second that.
That's a good idea. Yeah, you're right, because a request has to go in for that.
Yeah.
It was good when we had that here a few years ago.
Yeah, so it's important to remember.
Yeah. Okay, any more directives?
Just one more. I'm just concerned about the the COVID-19 cases among our staff. And I just want to know what's our protocol, safety protocol, to make sure our staff is safe and healthy as possible.
Is there a second to get a follow-up report on that?
Second, yeah.
Okay, there's a second on that. Okay, any other directives? No? Okay, next we have our city manager remarks regarding the previous directives.
Mayor, sir, the members of City Council, I have two updates, two memos that I sent to the City Council. First one is a public transparency update, which we provided a presentation this evening. And then the council directive of CARES Act update. Those two memos were sent to the City Council. We do have a short video provided by the Recreation Human Services. While we fire that up, I want to read this short blurb. The Recreation Human Services Department has been very busy. We saw the return of youth sports, in-person senior meals, and even had a visit from the Easter Bunny. We are so fortunate to have great partnerships with all the other city departments, which includes Gardena PD, G-Trans, Public Works, Community Development, and Admin Services. And because that we can do, Recreation couldn't do all those without them. And thank you for all your support, and look forward to even more activities and events this year. I think we can fire up the video. There you go.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for providing that video. Lastly, I just want to greet our G-Trans director, Ernie Crespo. Happy birthday. It's his birthday tomorrow. So Ernie, happy birthday. Mayor Serta, so ends my city manager's dates.
Okay, well, happy birthday to our transportation director, Ernie Creswell, as well as our city manager. Tomorrow's his birthday too.
No,
Happy birthday.
Thursday.
I'm sorry?
Thursday.
I'm sorry, Thursday, my bad. So we will see you between now and then. Happy birthday to you too as
Sharing
well.
a birthday with Ernie would be too much.
Okay, thank you very much for that report. Very good. And great job, whoever's putting those videos together, as well as to all the departments who are out there participating, our Parks and Rec staff. I saw our PD out there as well. And I even think I saw some directors in there. So thank you guys to all who helped participate in those events that happened, as well as my colleagues who were out at a lot of those events as well too. Great job. And that Easter bunny sure looked like he got around a lot. So good use of that Easter bunny during the Easter season here. So with that being said, let's move on to council remarks. We're going to begin tonight with Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the staff for providing us with the report in regards to Wi-Fi steady for Raleigh Park. So we have some hard numbers that we got to figure out how to back into to see what a pilot looks like as far as public Wi-Fi in Raleigh Park. So I want to thank the staff for that. Since our last meeting, attended our LA BizFed board meeting, did some Easter stuff. I think we had a district meeting somewhere. I can't remember the days run together. I met with AQMD in regards to some of the other possible resources that may be available for community. I met with the KIPP Academy, their leadership and facilities director in regards to them finding a location in the city. I attended Earth Day, as folks saw on the slideshow, excellent slideshow, by the way. And I also attended a listening party. My daughter, Markeisha Henderson, did a women's reproductive health and support interview on KBLA 1580 AM. So that was a very proud moment for the family, for her to talk about a serious issue, especially in a lot of underserved areas and communities and ethnic groups. So we're very proud of her for that. So she's putting that education to use. She's a Cal Bear as well as a USC Trojan. I'm not sure how she works that out in her mind, but she does it some kind of way. Madam Mayor, so is my report. Hope everybody had a happy Easter. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next is Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since the last time we met, I also attended the Easter egg hunt at Freeman and Nakaoka. I went to Raleigh Park first, but I think I was a little bit too early, so I didn't get to see any of the kids. I also attended the 70th anniversary of the Greater Los Angeles County Vector Control District and made a presentation of certificate congratulating the district of their 7th anniversary. I also attended the Earth Day event at Johnson Park. I attended the Under the Sea bingo, got to stop in there and called a few bingo numbers, and also got to ride on the bunny trolley with our Easter bunny, and just kudos to our Easter bunny. She did an excellent job for this particular Easter bunny, and also attended the spring yard sale at Masukai. And I want to thank staff liaison for the Education Commission and also my fellow commission members. It's a great commission to work on. We get in there, get busy, and we're done and out of that. I told them, you guys are gonna have a hard time getting rid of me, because I like commissions that work like this, in and out and take care of our business and move on. And again, I'll mention thank you to our Easter bunny. And also hope to see everyone at the Mariachi and Maracas Festival on Saturday. And as Tracy mentioned earlier, April 30th, also the DA Take Back Prescription Drug Day. So what you can do is take all those unused vitamins, expired vitamins, and expired medication that you have, prescriptions that you have, they're still in your cabinet, and you've been wondering what to do with them because you don't want to flush them down the toilet. So what you want to do is you're going to gather them all up. You're going to drive over to the Gardena Police Department. You're going to drop them off there. And then before you leave, you're going to go walk straight over and enjoy the mariachi and Maracas celebration. It's going to be a great day. And please, if you have an 18-year-old, someone is turning 18 years before Election Day, remember to get registered to vote. We have an election come up on June 7th. Voting is our right as citizens in this country of America. So make sure that you register to vote. It's very important that we cast our vote for our elected leaders. And we're, as I say at the end of every meeting, keep doing what you're doing to stay safe and stay well. We're going to beat this COVID thing and just keep doing what you're doing. And just remember, better days are coming. There are better days ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kind of a busy time. So let's go real fast because it's late. Easter Bunny on the trolley. Driving through town, it was a great event. Everybody loved it. Did singer bingo. Staff did a great job with under the sea bingo. There was no water, but it was great. Good Friday and Saturday, I didn't attend any events because I was blessed that on Good Friday, I was able to marry one of our, or actually two of our staff from finance. So I got to do that wedding. And then on Saturday, I was also blessed because my aunt and my uncle asked me to baptize them. So it was a fruitful Easter for me this year. It was really a great weekend. So thank God for that. I attended South Bay COG Spa 8 meeting, the employee breakfast. It was, you know what, I think this was the first employee breakfast that we ever have provided. And it just goes to show you how much of a family our city and our employees and all the departments are. We had a really great time. There were a lot of fun games that Stephanie and her staff put on. They didn't order food. They actually made the food in the kitchen. So they had some really great food that they put out. So Stephanie and your staff, you did a really great job on that first employee breakfast. And I know all the employees are looking forward to more events that we can do together. Also did coffee with a cop. So that was all kind of within the same day, within a few hours. Today, I was blessed to attend the promotion of Lieutenant Alex Rivera. I'm proud because back in my day when I was the guy doing the hiring for the department, he was one of my guys that I brought on, and he has totally made me so proud to watch him throughout his career. So congratulations. Happy birthday to Ernie, and happy birthday to our city manager. And that ends my.
Okay, thank you. And thank you. Since the last, council meeting, unfortunately, I missed a couple of events just because I was a little under the weather. So I want to first start off by thanking Councilmember Francis for being able to present that certificate of vector control. I had intentions on being there, but I'm glad you were able to be there. That's the one thing I love about this council. We're always there to kind of back each other up. Also, since the last council meeting, I attended the swearing in of my new Human Services Commissioner, Nat Tamoa King, and he was so excited about his swearing in. And so it was really great being there. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we can't have it the way we normally do. But if you look at any of the social media pictures, he was just thrilled beyond thrilled to be our new commissioner for Human Services. I also attended the Etch and Catch event. I want to thank Councilmember Cascadian for donating his business services. Great event. I heard we had really good numbers that showed up there. I don't remember the exact numbers, but very good. And in fact, there were people on social media asking when the next time we will be doing that. And all I could tell them is we'll post it, as soon as we hear. But it looked like it was a steady stream of cars while I was here watching it. And in fact, I even got my car done. So really good. I also attended Earth Day as well, another great event that was going on. I'm very appreciative of all the different vendors that were out there, as well as being able to have that opportunity to just once again to go through the willows again and see what a great benefit is of having our own personal willows in the city of Gardena. I actually came across a gentleman, and he had a very interesting story for me. He was explaining to me that he, over, I guess, a series of several years, had the opportunity to visit many police departments, unfortunately not always on good terms, but he did say, and I wanted to make sure that I shared this with the chief and our people, that out of all the police departments that he's ever had to encounter, he has, when he encountered our police officers in the city of Gardena, that he was treated with the utmost of respect and just courteousness. And, you know, coming from somebody who may not feel that good about law enforcement, especially when you're on the other side, I thought that was a really, really nice comment that he made. And he couldn't stop talking about how fair he felt like he was treated, and how they just took the time to just really work with him, and it was very favorable. So I appreciated the fact that he shared that with me, and I'm sure the chief is still listening, and just wanted to make sure that we echoed that to our patrol people as well, because that's very important, because a lot of times we may not ever hear stories like that, but it's nice when somebody will come back with a good story and share something like that with us. So I was very happy when I left Earth Day, just kind of hearing that. So once again, our Parks and Rec staff, you guys did an amazing job there as well. Everybody seemed like they were having a great time there. So thank you again for that. Also, on yesterday I attended Environmental Charter Middle School. That is literally right outside of Gardena, but it's called Gardena Environmental Charter School. And they had a Leaders Like Me Day where they had different people in professions come out and speak. They asked me to speak on just being the mayor and what that entailed to 8th graders. And so I was very happy and proud to be able to go and speak before them. And a lot of good questions that a lot of young people had about city government. So that was great. And then lastly, I had the opportunity to attend today's promotion ceremony for now Lieutenant Rivera. And it's just, you know, I always say this at every one of these pitting ceremonies or promotions, that it's really great watching our employees and staff members as they promote up and just watching them grow. If I'm not mistaken, I remember him coming off of probation and just seeing where he started from to where he's at now. So a really good day to see that. And believe it or not, there was actually something I missed on social media, you know, where we all get our news from. But on last night, I happened to run into one of our police officers, one of our new officers. And I remember him when he was a cadet with our Explorers, and watching him over the years and just how well he did with our Explorer program. And I believe he was one of the leaders. And I didn't know it until last night that he became a police officer. And I was just so proud seeing that. And I just also want to commend our Explorer program. You guys do such a great job, the leaders who do that. Every time I see those young people as they're volunteering at different events, they are some of the most mannerable young people I have ever seen in my life. And I just wish we had more Explorer programs for all of our departments, whether it's Public Works, Parks and Recs, and so on, because just seeing some of our employees, the time it takes in working with these young individuals, and then now seeing them move forward and go into careers working for the city of Gardena. I was just so excited when I saw that yesterday. And so once again, I just think that was a great idea. And like I said, moving forward in the future, maybe that's something we should look at for maybe even our other departments. I'm not saying all the departments, but just something to consider. So with that ends my report. Once again, happy birthday, city manager and transportation director. So that is my report. Next up is Councilmember Cascania.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since the hour is late, it's 11 o'clock already, so I'm just going to go very quick. Me also, I attended I was there with the bunny and the trolley. We did visit some local restaurants and coffee shops, and everybody was happy. Thank you, Stephanie and the staff, putting all this together. And that day, me also, I did put some bingo. I caught some bingo numbers too with our seniors, and it was great. I loved it. So I guess I have to call Stephanie and have her reminded me when is the next one. So bingo under the sea. He was under the sea, so it was good. Thank you, Stephanie. Attended the coffee with the cup, and just walked next door and had a breakfast with our employees. And I just want to congratulate the new hires and the employees that get promoted to their new positions. So congratulations, everyone. And Councilmember Henderson, next time we do Etch and Catch, will be your car, even though you were there, when we were unable to, help you out. So, that's about it, I guess. Let me see. And one more thing, Madam Mayor, if you can allow me a minute, I just want to read something regarding April 24th. This one was written by William Saroyan. And let me switch gears over here. So, and it says, I should like to see any power of the world destroy this race, this small tribe of unimportant people, whose war have all been fought and lost, whose structures have crumbled, literature is unread, music is unheard, and prayers are no more answered. Go ahead, destroy Armenia. See if you can do it. Send them into the desert without bread or water. Burn their homes and churches. Then see if they will not laugh, sing, and pray again. For when two of them meets anywhere in the world, see if they will not create new Armenia. So this one was written by William Saroyan, and it's a very powerful message. I just wanted, to read it to you guys and bring it up. You guys can Google William Saroyan, and he has a lot of other, say like this. So, and thank you for the proclamation, Madam Mayor, and so ends my report.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple of quick announcements here that weren't mentioned already in the video. We have a City of Gardena's candidates form that's going to be put on by the League of Women Voters of the Torrance area, which is going to be Thursday, May 12th. For the city council portion, it'll be from 6:30 to 7:30. For the treasurer's form, it'll be from 7:45 to 8:45. And this will be held at the Nakoka Community Center. Also, just for your advanced planning, it was mentioned earlier, but the official flyer here for the 22nd annual Keep Gardena Beautiful Day Cleanup Community Day will be Saturday, September 17, 2022 from 8 till noon. You can begin registering now online at cityofgardena.org/events. Let's see. So next we're going to move on here to remembrances. We do have one remembrance to add to our adjournment here. So tonight we're going to adjourn in memory of Mr. Joseph E. Ward. He was 40 years old. He was the beloved son of Reverend John E. Ward, Senior Pastor of First Southern Baptist Church of Gardena, and Mrs. Nancy Ward, who was the former Executive Office Assistant who retired from the City of Gardena in December of 2021. So our condolences to the Ward family. I know this was a very, very sad loss. So next we're going to go into adjournment here. The Gardena City Council will adjourn to the closed session portion of the City Council meeting at 7 p.m., followed by the regular City Council meeting at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, May 10th, 2022. So we are adjourned at this time.
All right.
Good
Good night, all. Sleep,
Good night,
sleep
everyone.
fast.
Happy birthday, Quince.
Happy birthday, Clint.
Happy birthday, Ernie.
Thank you.